Thank you, thank you. Okay, before we start anything else, it is my duty to tell you where the toilets are. Very, very important, Tiobo. Okay, we have toilets here. We also have toilets here. 好不好 ？OK。Hello， 共产党的朋友还有支持者，你们晚上好。我第一件事要告诉大家的是，厕所在哪里？我的左边和我的右边都有厕所。All right. Second item I want to alert everyone is, in case there is any lightning alert, we will need you guys to go for, to seek for shelter for safety. Okay? 如果天不作美，要闪电打雷的话，我们就要大家一起到这个室内的环境去，为了大家的安全。Okay? And if let's say the crowd starts to build up, I would appreciate everyone to start moving in so that we can have more people to join us. Is that okay? Boleh! Thank you. I will see you later. Thank you.
coming from Hougang and coffee shop. Obviously, you can see the Workers' Party flag there being raised. Has to be the song for the Aljunied win for the Workers' Party. Aljunied GRC remains in the hands of the Workers' Party. At this point, again, we need to remind you that this is based on a sample count result, not the final result, but the sample counts have proven to be reasonably accurate over the past two elections.
So, Aljunied GRC, based on sample count, 59%, very similar to the election, which
I think given what has happened over the last 5 years in Aljunied GRC with Leon Pereira leading the scene as well, I think this one does reflect how the Workers' Party has still been able to get the support from the voters in Aljunied GRC. This also despite that part of Aljunied GRC has been carved out of this constituency after the lines were redrawn. So I think the voters are sending the signal that they will still support the Workers' Party.
Right. Dr. Mustafa, is Aljunied now what Ang-Mo-Kio and what master duty may be for the PAP? Do you think that's what we're seeing, and do you think it will remain in the hands of the Workers' Party and for time to come as well?
Absolutely, I think this is now become a WP stronghold, and you see this in the results. The election results, and as Dr. Tan has mentioned as well, that there were difficulties confronting the Workers' Party in the course of 5 years, but despite that they have been able to rise to the occasion and hold on to Aljunied, which is their prized entity.
Yeah. And do you get a sense, previously the PAP would be attacking the opposition parties on various issues, town council management, indiscretion, for example. Is that still a mainstay, or do you think it's become a bit more subtle and it's tapered off in the context of the 2025 election?
I would say it has tapered off.
Yeah.
I think they all have a shell life. Other issues may have come up. And I think that's what's going to be it. So this is going to be WP's love center. Aljunied and because of Hougang sample count. But I think it's fair to say that it's all likely will remain with WP. So that will be the external strategy.
Yeah, because there was some people, they were saying after nomination day that perhaps WP was being a bit cautious because Pritam, Sylvia, Jelgiam, they all stayed. Right, more sample count numbers coming through.
More sample counts from the elections department. Let's have a look. Punggol GRC, PAP team there getting 54% of the sample count, WP getting 46% of sample count. This was the hotly contested GRC. We have more results coming. Jalan SMC. The PAP's Melvin Yong getting 69% of the sample count. Independent candidate Darryl Low getting 24%. And the PAL's Kumar Abu with 7% of the sample count. And we have one more result for you, the Marymount SMC. Let's take a look. PAP's Gan Xiaohuang getting 71% of the sample count against the PSP's Jeffrey Koo with 29% of the sample count. That's all I have for you now. Back to you, Des.
All right, thanks for that, Kok Yin. Obviously we have to talk about Punggol, but before that, let's just pick up from this particular sample count from Marymount. Gan Xiaohuang 71%, Jeffrey Koo 29%. This basically was pretty much a shoo-in for the PAP, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think a lot of what we have seen so far has been a shoo-in for the PAP. And if you look at it, you look at the results, the sample counts at this point in time, I think, if we are talking about vote share and a strong mandate for PM Lawrence Wong, he probably got it. I think, if you tally all of that against sample counts only, I think if so far, all right, he probably have achieved more than the 61% threshold.
Okay, but as it stands, I just want to clarify this. As it stands, the results are not really a surprise, and the close ones are still within the margin of error, right? Okay,
so between the PAP and the WP.
Right, exactly.
Okay, now we have to talk about Punggol. 54% to PAP, WP 46%. Looks like a gamble didn't quite pay off for WP.
Yeah, but it looks like a reflection of what happened in the East Coast as well, in 2020. where, Heng Swee Keat was in there, and then it was about, in total, the final count was about 53%, I think, for the PAP. So in Punggol GRC, it's almost a similar repeat of the situation, where the voters there might not feel that they need a huge change. It's a new estate, and I think everyone is just pretty happy with what's going on and what the PAP has done. Remember, like what you mentioned earlier, there are some of those members, besides DPM Gan, that have been already in those wards. And so they are, a known entity there, and for the residents there, they know what the PAP has done.
I have to point out that this is an estate that is growing. I mean, right now it's got 121,000 voters because of new BTOs coming in. They're more along the way, so it's looks like it's going to be a young estate, the youngest already, and it will continue to stay young. So, I mean, what would the ruling party want to do, and what would the Workers' Party want to do in terms of, I guess, reaching out and I guess reacting to this particular development in the near future?
I think given how close it is, based on the sample count, it tells us that much work needs to be done. Whoever wins this particular GRC, they need to listen to what the voters are saying in Pongo as the estate continues to develop. It is one of the youngest towns. It also tells us that the younger vote in Pongo as well, it's not necessarily
Hang on a second, gentlemen. We have a sample count coming in.
More sample counts here for you. We have Tanjong Pagar GRC, the PAP's team led by Tan Chun Sing with 81% of the sample count against the PAR's team with 19% of the sample count. We have one more result for you, and that is Bishan Toa Payoh GRC. The PAP team, they're also doing very well with 75% of the sample count against the SPP's 25%. We do have more results coming in. Ang Mo Kio GRC led by PAP's Lee Hsien Loong with 79% of the sample count, commanding lead there against the PPP's 10% and SUP's 11%. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot for that, Kok Yin. Well, no surprise there. I mean, Ang Mo Kio helmed by, Senior Minister Lee, 79%. Well, it looks like the other two parties, if that holds, might not be getting their deposits back. In PAP is faring very, very well. I guess this is again, would you say, I mean, it's basically the voters have spoken. I mean, because earlier we saw what happened in Punggol there. We saw Ang Mo Kio 79%, earlier Tanjong Pagar 81%. Have we seen those numbers in recent elections?
Not 81.
Not 81. Not 81.
It's in the 70s, yes, but
Yeah.
not 81.
Tanjong Pagar. So as it stands, does it actually look? It's early hours, I know, but as it stands, you're talking about Prime Minister Wong receiving his mandate. Are these numbers bearing that out quite strongly? They are PAP strongholds, I have to point out, but the PAP, the ruling party, seems to have improved on those numbers in these so-called strongholds at the same time.
So it's not just status quo, it's also the margin of victory in each of those constituencies, and you can see that the numbers are quite remarkable. So I think that obviously we are looking at other constituencies coming in as well, but that certainly points at this juncture for a healthy and strong mandate for the Prime Minister.
Just sort of picking up from Punggol. Actually, one of the key questions, I wanted to know is that Punggol is, to a certain extent, very important. Would you say that it's a bellwether for Singapore's political future? I mean, as youngest towns, we had a contest between the veteran leaders and the fresh faces. So do you think the results there are actually hinting at what lies ahead for national politics?
I think it does reflect on what the PAP has done in that particular constituency. Will it be able to replicate the same kind of thing in the other constituency or newer estates coming forward in Singapore? I think this again is perhaps a mark of what's going to happen in the long term for the PAP. And I think it does bode well for the PAP, given that they have at least achieved quite a decent there are still more BTO in that area. We do not know in the next general election what will happen as well. Similarly to what in Sengkang. Okay. Alright, that's what Punggol GRC focusing on. Sample count coming in. We have more sample count for you coming up right now. Sengkang GRC.
count against the Red Dot United's 20%. And with the sample count here pointing to a very good night for the PAP. Do we have more results coming? Yes, we do. Jurong East Bukit Batok GRC, the PAP team getting 76% of sample count against the Red Dot United's 24%. And we have a final result coming in. Oh, fortunately, that's all I have for you right now. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that. Right, so right now 2 wins for PAP based on the latest sample counts. Jurong East, Bukit Batok, and Holland, Bukit Timah. But let's talk about Jurong East, Bukit Batok, 76% there. It seems like PAP is doing very well. They're getting the high 70s. Holland, Bukit Timah was 80%. It's been a great outing. It feels for PAP again. Sample counts. We are still waiting for the final results.
I think I want to point out one thing about who are contesting in this constituency. I think we have to look very closely at the political parties in these constituencies. And if you look at the one with Workers' Party, the results are really very, very close. But when you have the other political parties, the results are huge. The difference is really big, by 80%, 76%, and they're very huge compared. So what does this signal for the smaller political parties? Are they, perhaps we might want to relook at their strategies again, because they're competing against other bigger names in the opposition, basket. So I think if you look at that, I think we have to really, really consider who are these individual candidates or these individual parties contesting in the particular GRCs.
So, for example, Tanjong Pagar, where the PAP won 81%, the opposition was TAR, right? And then you had Bukit Timah, it was 75%, but it was SPP, right? So to your point, what coming
our way?
That's right, we have more sample counts. This is from Pasir Ris Changi GRC, a new GRC led by PAP's Indrani Raja getting 67% of the sample count against the SDA's 33%. This is the SDA's only team for this election. We do have another result coming in. This is for Marsiling UT GRC sample count for PAP's team led by Prime Minister Lawrence for his first outing as Prime Minister. 74% for him in his GRC, and SDP getting 26% of the sample count. We do have That's all I have for you. Back to this.
Thanks a lot for that. Coming, so Marsiling UT, let's look at those numbers. 74% to our Prime Minister, Lawrence Wong. His team has definitely done better. I mean, it's the same team he's kept. The last GE, they got 63%. So that's a clear mandate.
And also it's in the 70s, so it is a remarkable result. And it is the Prime Minister's constituents.
Understood. About to be as well, I understand, and maybe perhaps get stronger, in the years ahead. But I do want to go back to Dr. Tan's point, Mustafa. I mean, do you agree? It also is a function of the level of the opposition, and you can argue that the SDP team here in Marsiling UT, for example, perhaps wasn't as strong, and you can say the same thing for Tanjong Pagar GRC as well. There are a number of them where the numbers were quite impressive, above 70%, but to your point, the opposition didn't seem that strong. Dr. Mustafa?
Yes, it does point to which party stands in those constituencies, absolutely, because when you look at the results, where this is between WP and the PAP, it's a lot closer compared to the other constituencies where other parties are contesting. So it's going to be a question for those parties on to rethink their strategies on how they want to go about doing it and which constituencies they would want to contest with. But it does seem that right now we are moving towards if there are more seats that WP may win in subsequent elections, that's going to be more of a two-party.
So do we need to band together? Just to pick up on this particular point, I mean, we talk about a multi-party system, but as you rightly pointed out, it looks as though it's heading to a two-party system. Do they need to band together, cooperate more? They try. I know they try. They haven't had too much success. What's the big issue that's preventing them from doing something like that?
I think it's all about the constituencies they are contesting. And they would have to have staying power in those constituencies, so at some point they will be able to cause an upset. it's not easy for the smaller party, the resources that they have. But I think they must be given credit in the sense that they, by contesting, despite perhaps winning,
We've got more sample count numbers.
We do have more breaking sample counts. Let's take a look at West Coast GRC, anchored by Minister Destin Lee. The PFP team getting 61% of the sample count against the PSP's 39%. The PSP's team has Dr. Tan Ching Bok as the anchor and other A-listers from PSP, including Young Man Wai and Hazel Hua. This is also probably Tan Ching Bok's final outing. Do we have more results coming in? Okay. Well, this is the sample count for Kebun SMC. The PSP's Henry Peck at 66% of sample count against the PSP's Tony Tan with 34%. Tony Tan last competed in G 2011. And I believe that's all I have for you right now. Back to the desk.
Alright, so Kebun SMC, again, I imagine both of you are not particularly surprised by this result for Henry Quek at 66%. I think we should talk about West Coast.
Yeah, West Coast GRC. Wow, 61% Desmond Lee's team, and PSP found by Dr. Tan Ching Bok 39%. I mean, let's talk about those numbers.
Well, I think the numbers dropped also for a few reasons. I think one of the reasons is that the electoral boundaries is not... The West Coast GRC is not the West Coast GRC of 2020. I think we have to be clear about that. And it's that portion of the former Jurong GRC now being subsumed together with the West Coast GRC, part of West Coast GRC. And so you're incorporating perhaps PAP stronghold into this so-called heart of the West Coast GRC. So the numbers, not that surprising, but might be worrying for the PSP because that's how they...
It's an all-in gamble for them, right?
Exactly.
They feel that they're 18, we've got Tan Ching Bok, Leong Man Wan, Hazel Hua. We might not see them in Parliament.
I think PSP has gone all out, put the best thing forward. But unfortunately, the results does not pan out, doesn't show the results for them. So it's going to be, the PSP party will have to look at what they're going to do going forward from this particular election. I think the party itself will continue. They will need to look at how they can rebrand themselves, do a sort of reflection on the results that they have gotten from West Coast. And also, I just want to go back to the earlier point I made about this smaller party, is that they should be given credit for putting themselves forward despite knowing that perhaps they would lose. Instead, they give the voters an opportunity to cast their ballot. Otherwise, it would be a walkover. So it's good. What I think would be good is for them not to lose their deposits. I think about maybe a few of the cases that I think they're going to retain their deposits, and I think it's good that happens.
Yeah, because Leong Man Wai, I mean, he did state actually that that the primary role of an MP is to debate national policies and not about focusing on local issues like estate management. How much of a damage do you think that might have had? When people go and vote, because estate management issues are quite important to most voters, right?
Especially municipal issues, right? Which we're pointing to. Absolutely, I think that is a factor. But I think there are several other factors at play. I think it's a combination of factors that can tell us about, that best explains the results that we've seen in West Coast GRC. And as Dr. Tan has mentioned about the boundary changes, the reconfiguring of West Coast, I think that also had a part to play. And also there are newer faces in the PAP team as well, and they must have also been able to relate to the ground to get the result that we see.
One thing the PSP did bring up, Dr. Tan, was that they accused Mr. Lee, Desmond Lee, of being silent on housing issues, which Mr. Lee, of course, refuted. I mean, do you think this conversation, played any part in the margin of victory at all for the PAP versus the PSP?
I think a lot of all this discussion, right, can be gathered from the Hansard. If voters really would want to go into details and see whether there has been debate in Parliament on this issue. So I think, Desmond Lee has actually made his point across, and voters are, well, as the results, the sample counts have shown, that the voters are, listening to what he has said and also agreeing to the point that there have been challenges when under his care, and this is the best that he had done. And I think, again, when it comes to Leong Man Wai and Hazel Powell's performance as NCMP in Parliament, I think that was also one of the consideration how voters might have felt when they want to give their vote to who in this.
And how would you describe his performance as NCMP?
Well, sometimes we can say that Leong Man Wai might have a point that he's trying to put across. How he puts it across might not be the most professional way. Not that it was a wrong question, perhaps it's just the way that you deliver it.
Okay.
There is some
Unnecessarily aggressive, aggravating.
Correct. There's certain decorum.
So let's talk about Desmond Lee. I mean, we talked about housing. Some people are happy, some people not so. But what do you think? What's the biggest impact that PAP's Desmond Lee's leadership has in terms of strengthening the party's chances?
Well, his role is pivotal. He's the anchor minister, so he leads the team by example. And I think that's what we have seen in West Coast Jurong West. And I think as far as the PSP is concerned, of course, NCMP may not be offered to them this time. But I think they can take heart from the fact that they have continued to contest in a West Coast GRC despite being reconfigured. So I think the hope is that they will continue to stay there and continue to walk the ground there and do better come the next election. Of course, now it's just a sample count. We should acknowledge that.
Right. Okay. All right. I just have a very quick question. I'm not a question, more of a statement here. I mean, Hamid Ramzat, potential POH for the PAP, I should say, at West Coast GRC, West Coast GRC as well. So I assume that the PAP would be very happy that not only the Desmond Lee retain a seat, but they have someone they can work on who will potentially lead the ruling party and the government as well.
Exactly. I think with all these new potential office holders, placed in these constituencies, that would definitely signal something for the PAP to consider.
Well, I know we've been talking about West Coast Jurong West for quite a fair bit, but we didn't pick up earlier on what we talked about with Sengkang. Earlier, the sample counts, we haven't touched on that yet. Sengkang, with James and Tingru, 56%. 56%, not too bad. I think the last GE, they got 52%.
It's a lot closer.
So, yes, that's correct. So, yeah, 56% WP, PAP 44%. I guess it means that the voters and residents are happy with what they've been doing.
I think if you watch either on YouTube or one of the social media accounts, I think a lot of times we see how James has gone on the ground and the way that he carries himself on the ground and also meet the people session as well. There is a very personable, despite what has happened in Sengkang GRC because of the Raisa Khan saga. I think the team itself has performed rather well, and I think Sengkang voters are saying that they trust in them, and I think that is it seems to be the message across so far in all the sample counts that we have seen as well. At the end of the day, it's about trust, because voters are also voting with their conscience.
Indeed. And I mean, is it fair to say that they've retained this trust despite what happened with Raisa Khan, despite the fact that the opposition, the Workers' Party leader, was convicted of lying in Parliament before that committee? That he seems to be, I don't know, he seems to be Teflon Singh a little bit. Dr. Mustafa.
Yes, I think those issues did not really weigh on the minds of voters when they cast their ballot. In fact, they have given a higher percentage of votes to the WP in Sengkang compared to 2020 GE, and I think that speaks to their performance both on the ground as well as in Parliament.
Also, does that mean that, right now WP, they have retained what they've had, status quo, trying to expand northeast, Tampines, Punggol, not quite there yet with Punggol. So does that mean that voters are still not quite ready, or the residents in Punggol, for instance, to accept the WP, because even though they have been walking the grounds as well?
But I think in Punggol GRC is a little bit different because it's a very new estate over there and things are still developing as we speak. And over the next couple of years, then we'll really see the true form of what Punggol GRC will be like. And if you look at what the Workers' Party has done, it's a new team, going into those wards, never been seen before. The residents are probably there very happy with what the PAP, the old team has done for them as well, and they are focused more on that. Do they want to ruffle feathers, by voting for the opposition? One does not really want to know, at this point. At this juncture, perhaps not.
Okay, so typically, how long would it take? So we know this seems to be the Workers' Party strategy, right? You have Hougang, you have Aljunied, you have Sengkang, eyeing Tampines, eyeing Punggol. Results still in play. But how long before residents get comfortable? How long before residents say, okay, I'll give you a chance and I'm going to give you the vote?
Building up of trust. And I think it's walking on the ground as well, more often than just 9 days of campaigning.
Right.
And I think if the Workers' Party really want to make inroads into Punggol GRC, then it should continue meeting the residents over there.
Yeah, you're saying 5 years is a long time.
5 years is a long time.
But I don't want to keep our residents waiting because she's now there at the Workers' Party grounds. So it seems jubilation all around here. Thanks a lot for that. FIFA Finn speaking to us from Serangoon Stadium. So perhaps, our guest here, perhaps a good recap, the number of sample counts have come in. Just give us, some of the takeaways, the highlights, what are you most surprised by so far?
Well, I think for one, the number of votes that the PAP has garnered, 80%, 81%. I think if you look at Jurong's Central, I see Yao Cheng, 81%. Tanjung Pagar, 80%. And these are very high percentages that we're talking of and looking at as well. I think this does definitely, if all comes to the final count and that stays, it shows that the PAP will be getting a very, very strong mandate in both the number of seats in Parliament as well as the vote share. So that is something very surprising, because compared to what happened in 2020 and in the midst of a pandemic, it didn't translate into that.
That's an interesting point, Dr. Mustafa. When you go to rallies, you see the enthusiasm, for the opposition parties, for the Workers' Party in particular, but so far, as it stands, doesn't seem to translate. What happens, at the polling center, you think, when people kind of like, what am I going to do? Why is there an apparent disconnect? We saw it in 2020, and we seem to be seeing it initially anyway in 2025 as well.
You can describe them as a silent majority.
Yeah.
So they may not necessarily be very vocal out there, but they're still very informed, and then they make their decision accordingly. So that's why I think that's reflected in the results thus far. Of course, rallies has that charm to it, but it's not necessarily a reliable barometer when it comes to the voting count or how people will vote. But I think what we have seen thus far, I think the major takeaway is certainly this: the margin of victory, what the popular vote is going to be, and also at this point in time, status quo.
So talk about social media, right? Do you think maybe the ruling party has really upped their game, social media with singing? Oh, just before we get to that, we have Angela replacing Kong for now with the latest sample count numbers.
All right, that's right, I'll tell you. Let's take a quick look at the sample count numbers coming in from Queenstown GRC. The PAP team, led by Law and Home Affairs Minister K. Shanmugam, with 74% of the sample count against RDU's 26%. That's a big jump from the last election with 62% for the PAP then. Let's take a look at another sample count if we can. And this is for Jalan Besar SMC, very close to it, a very small margin here. The PAP's entry name with 52% of the sample count against Andre Law from Workers' Party with 48%. This is a very small margin. Again, falling between the margin of error possible between sample counts and the final result, which is up to 5%. So do take note of that as we go into the next sample count. Let's take a look at this one. This is Sengkang GRC, a three-cornered fight. The PAP with 67% against the NSP 2% and the SDP with 31%. Again, a strong lead for the PAP here, 67%. And I think that's all the sample counts we have for you at this point.
Thanks a lot for that, Angela. So let's kick things off with Sembawang first. We're really talking about social media, and actually, Mr. Ong Yi-Kang is very active on social media. He's always posting videos, and very savvy about his sports and all of that. So to a certain extent, do you think PAP has really upped the game in the social media sphere?
I think definitely, since the 2020 general election, they've upped their game. But I think, there are still, of course, room for improvement in certain areas as well. But by and large, they know where to target, whether it's on Facebook or Instagram or even TikTok as well. So I think that given them that sort of opportunity to reach out to more people, more voters, especially younger voters as well, who like all these sort of, ways of reaching out to to their candidates.
Okay, hold on, we're going to reach out now to Olivia Seong, standing by with the latest. Ollie?
Ateli, yes, we are here at the Yio Chu Kang Stadium, which is the assembly point for the ruling People's Action Party. It is here where you can see behind me supporters and some of the candidates that have contested in the central, north and south areas of Singapore have now gathered, and as the sample count results have come in, it was originally quite quiet and a relaxed mode, but as the results were announced and as people are watching it on a big screen right now, we have seen cheers erupt, as we have seen particularly the PAP pulling in more than 70% of the vote share in numerous constituencies for supporters here, including Marsiling UT, which is led by the PAP Secretary General, and Singapore's Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, his team pulling 74% of the vote there. Ang Mo Kio GRC as well, led by Senior Minister Lee Hsien Loong, pulling in 79% of the vote for the PAP. And we also see Bishan Toa Payoh, Marymount, Kebun Baru also 70% of the vote share, and we know that PM Wong is expected to arrive here at Yio Chu Kang Stadium to address supporters sometime later this evening. We will be keeping a lookout for that, but who we have seen already enter this members of PM Wong's 4G team. We saw Health Minister Ong Yi-Kang make his way in, and as he entered, he was greeted with cheers as he waved and shook hands with supporters who had gathered here. I asked him particularly about the sample poll result for Sembawang West SMC, and he had thrown his weight behind the PAP candidate there, Ms. Ho Lee San, who was up against the Singapore Democratic Party's chief, Chee Soon-Juan. Ms. Ho getting 53% of the vote. I asked Mr. Ong what he thought of this sample count. He wouldn't say much, except that it was still too early to tell. I also want to talk about, we also saw Minister Chee Hong Tat, Transport Minister Chee Hong Tat also make his way here. He, for the first time, anchoring Bishan Toa Payoh GRC, following the retirement of veteran and longtime Defence Minister Ng Eng Hen, securing over 70% of the vote there as well. He said that we will have to wait for the final results to come in before he makes further comments, but he told us that the obligation and commitment for anyone that is elected is to ensure that the town is well taken care of. And for now, back to you in the studio.
All right, Olivia, thank you so much. Sorry, I'll tell you. Okay, so the mood, understandably very ebullient, at the PAP assembly centres.
Especially about Jalan Kayu. The sample count numbers that came out. Ng Chee Ming 52%, Andre Lau 48%, and with there talking about, oh, hang on 1 second, I believe we've got Sachi Hong Tak speaking now, let's listen in.
We'll wait for the final results to come out, but regardless of the results, if you are elected, we will make sure that we put in our best effort, we'll work as a team, we will rejuvenate our town, we will make sure we improve the lives of our residents in Bishop Ohio. Thank you. But we'll wait for the final results to come out. Thank you so much.
Very quiet with the results.
Careful, doesn't want to jump the gun until the official results are coming in. But as you were saying, quite the mood at the PAP, Assembly Centre is obviously quite high.
Expectations
quite positive at this time. However, maybe a bit of anxiety when it comes to Jalan SMC. The numbers there, 52% for the PAP's Chi Meng and 48% for Andre Lau at this time, so well within the margin of error for sample count. So what do you think's happened? What's the problem with Chi Meng? He's tried. He succeeded once, failed twice, may yet fail again.
With the Income Alliance, we were just chatting about maybe it didn't have that much of an impact on his popularity there, and he had a lot of PAP members backing him as well. So all of that played a part, probably.
I think yes and no. If you look at the entire debate about NTUC Alliance saga, I think you have SMD coming to the front to go and explain the situation. You have PM Lawrence Wong coming to explain the situation. So there are a lot of big wigs in this, trying to support Chi Meng, in explaining the situation. So it's not just a one-sided. I mean, in that sense, it's not just Chi Meng trying to defend himself. So I think that might have also voters might have taken those things into consideration and just say, okay, maybe there are more things that we haven't really seen enough. So I think that could be one of it. But I think it boils down to the question that I mentioned earlier: trust. 52%. Is it a huge amount of trust there? I don't know. I leave it to Singaporeans to go and think about.
Right.
It's also quite interesting. We talked about the youngness of Punggol GRC, Jalan SMC. I understand made up of 50% Gen Zs and millennials as well. Do you think they were, apart from the question of trust, do you think they were attracted, to Andre Lau because he's 33 years old?
Yes, and that's why he has received in the sample count 48%. I think a considerable percentage of them may have come from the younger voters, and that's why the contest there is relatively close. I think as far as the Mr. Ng's performance there, I think it's whether it's 52 or 51 or 53 because of the first past the post system. I think as far as the PAP is concerned, they will take it. And particularly when it's against the Workers' Party.
And just in recent days, Andre Lau, unfortunately, his text, his Telegram texts, where he made some rude remarks about residents using foul language and all of that, came to the fore. Do you think that would have impacted voters, when they're, as they go to vote today, they're thinking, at first I want to vote for Andre, but now, I've changed my mind.
I don't think that has a huge impact, If you've got friends like this, who needs enemies? So good luck to Andre finding out who actually reviewed those. It's rather insidious, I would say. But I think voters will most likely have a more rational mind, and they'll realize that this is not a reflection of what he is and who he is at this juncture.
I think if I could add, because of the closeness of the contest, let's say Mr. Ng does get over the line, then Andre Lau may well be up for an NCMP position. So he could still join Parliament. And if you look at Sembawang West, it's also very close. That if Ms. Po wins there and it is close, then we may see Dr. Chi as an NCMP.
Okay, I want to talk about Nee Soon GRC as well. That sample count came in. 74% for the PAP, led by K. Shanmugam, the Law Minister, against Red Dot United, which managed to get 26%. Again, I can't imagine that either of you would be surprised, Dr. Tan.
No, not surprised at all. I think it's a strong pull of the PAP, and I think Shanmugam has done a very good job there.
In fact, it was 61.9% in 2020 for the PAP. As it stands, 74%. So that is a significant jump in terms of support as well.
And there's a lot of talk about, the 4 new faces, and he carries so much weight that he can, carry them all, and I mean, the numbers show it. Right?
I mean, we carry all of them with him, but I think each one of them would also have to play their part. Even though they are new faces, they would have to work the ground. And I think each one of them are worth, they have proven themselves, and I think the results illustrate that they, as a collective, they have been able to get there.
And the opposition RGU was actually led by the Sekjen of Sekjen himself, Ravi Philemon. So this must be particularly disappointing for him.
It will be, but like what I said again, it all depends on whether that particular party that is contesting there, are able to attract the kind of voter sentiments as well. So, RGU is also new to that area, despite that Ravi is also a very well experienced political politician.
I think one could say about Ravi's performance, I think, has been quite impressive. Coming from Red Dot United Party that may not have gotten the support this time around, but I think Ravi has really upped the game, and I think we'll have to see what happens next. I think it is. He may have plans.
Further on that, when you say he has upped the game,
I mean, he has been in the round table. I mean, he has.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you.
Interviews and
Angela,
podcasting.
Yes, I do, Teddy. Let's take a quick look at the next sample count numbers we have coming right in for us. Of the votes against the PAP newcomer, marking with 37% of the votes. And it looks like we have another sample count coming in. Let's get that up on the screen for you. Jalan Besar GRC, 75% of the votes going to the PAP, with the PAR 25%, a very strong lead here by the PAP, almost a 10% jump from the last election. Back to you, Des.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. Yeah, Jalan Besar 75%. Indeed, last GE 65%, helmed by Josephine Teo. I mean, that's not really a surprise there. I mean, are you more surprised that PAR managed to get 25%?
Yes, at least this is one of the GRCs that have been able to keep their deposits. I think it's very unfortunate for the rest of for the teams and the rest of the other constituencies that have contested.
So all in PAP has been 70s, high 70s, even for the stronghold, but they have really improved those numbers, even for Nisun as well. Now earlier we had results for Hougang. Hougang, yeah. So, 63% against Makura has the new phase in the new Punggol.
I think Hougang is, mainstay of the Workers' Party, very stronghold of the Workers' Party. So, can you not surprise me about that?
It was also quite interesting. While PAP share has increased, the PAP share has also increased in Sengkang and Hougang. And it's about the same in Aljunied as well. It may go higher after the sample count is confirmed, is finalized.
So what do you make of that?
I would say that the voters see PAP as forming the government, but they also see WP as an effective and responsible organization.
So as it stands, based on the sample counts which have come in, the Workers' Party has retained Okang, has retained Aljunied, has retained Sengkang as well. So would Pritam Singh be reasonably happy, disappointed? Where does it put the Workers' Party? They tried again to convince people, that a two-party or multi-party system is something that we are ready for, and that it's not going to collapse. If you voted more opposition lawmakers in, but what would he be thinking right now?
I think he has made a very good effort in trying to expand the Workers' Party into other constituencies. Well, we still have yet to know what's going to happen in East Coast and also in Cantonese, so we do not know that. But I think keeping these three constituencies does reflect that at least we are going back to status quo. Everyone's happy. In fact, the Workers' Party should be a bit happier because they have increased their margins, margins as well. So I think looking at the whole situation right now, as it remains, it seems that we are seeing a status quo, a return to status quo. And it's kind of comfortable for everyone because there's no real rejigging of alliances at this juncture.
Yeah, a big part of it. I mean, the ruling party has been pushing very hard about tariffs. The world is changing. It's turbulent. We need a steady hand to be able to steer us through the storm. So do you? I mean, that you think is pertinent to voters when they were deciding who to vote for?
I think definitely that if these sort of conversation will be one of their concerns when looking at global issues as well. And I think the rhetoric or what the Prime Minister has been talking about that you need a strong mandate, you need a strong government does reflect in this general election as well. And I think but the people also concerned that all right, we want the government, we want the PAP to remain, but we also would want the opposition to remain. Okay. Which opposition? So they are also rooting for the Workers' Party.
Right. Okay, so they've made their choice, and would you say they made a safe choice at this time, meaning they've only retained the Workers' Party's, I suppose, wards, and are cautious about doing a little bit more? I mean, would you describe it that way, Dr. Mustafa?
There's some caution, and they are discerning as well. They know what's happening around the world and how they need to vote for it, how they're going to vote accordingly. And I think as has been mentioned by Dr. Tan, we see it reflected in the results thus far.
Okay. So you talked about NCMPs, a little earlier, and what are some of the chances? So the PAP, they've been assuring voters that don't worry, there will always be opposition voices through NCMPs. While the WP argued that NCMPs don't quite carry the same weight, as elected MPs. I mean, that sort of messaging, do you think it cut through to undecided voters?
I guess really, where does the NCMP system stand now? Has it been effective as envisioned or as put forward by the ruling party, and does the opposition, and in particular Pritam Singh, see it that way?
I mean, from the perspective of the opposition, I think if you look at Workers' Party, they had NCMPs before, and those NCMPs subsequently became elected MPs. Yeah. So I assume it does have an impact. Okay. It's how they use it to increase their political their political mileage, the way that the people of Singapore will look at it.
Right. Second, then we have sample count. Angela?
That's right, guys. We have the final two sample counts for you, and these are both very closely watched. Starting with Tampines GRC, this four-cornered fight with the PAP taking 53% of the votes. We also have the Workers' Party with 46% of the votes, PPP with 1%, and the NSP with 0%. These are, of course, numbers that are rounded down. So let's take a look again at PAP, 53%. At this point, the margin of error is quite small, taking note that the sample count numbers might differ 5%, give or take, from the actual result. And finally, we have a key battleground here, the East Coast GRC. PAP team led by Edwin Tong, 59% of the votes against the Workers' Party's 41%. This is a 6% jump from the last election from the team by the PAP. So it's back to you.
Thanks a lot for that. Yeah. So the final two battlegrounds, we're still keen to look out for. Results are out, both in PAP's favour according to sample count. So let's start with
everyone, it's me again. Okay, for those of you who have just joined us, I just want to let you know that we have travelers on both sides, left and right. 刚刚来的朋友，刚刚到来的朋友，我是想给大家知道说，我们这两边左边右边都有厕所，好不好？大家注意安全。如果有新的朋友再进来，我们就再移进来一点，好不好？谢谢大家 ，Thank you，Thank you，Thank you。
The voters, the first-time voters in East Coast GRC, and I think this time around they have found the East Coast plan. So I think that's a good, by and large, a good thing for the PAP in this election for East Coast.
Yeah, it was 53.4% in 2020, one of the poorest results for the PAP. So that's an improvement. I'll quickly go back to this point, the difference between an estate or a ward where there's a lot more private property and condos versus HDB flats, and East Coast happens to be one where nearly half, 48.2%, live in landed property and condos. I mean, how big of a factor is this in terms of you're putting forward candidates and how qualified they are and what they stand for?
I think there is a blurring of the line. Yeah. It may well have been the case that in past elections, I suppose that there is a kind of a distinction of where you live is how you vote. But it's not there's a blurring of the line. So perhaps it's more the focus of issues now, focusing on the candidates. I think all of those things may matter more to the voter than that has reflected in this particular election.
And also talking about the WP slate at East Coast, Yee Jen Jong and three new faces over there. I mean, it's not quite the A team. Do you think it would have made a difference? There was talk about maybe Pritam Singh moving or even moving Sylvia. And that if one of these big guns had gone over to East Coast, would it have tilt the?
There's always that possibility. But I think the Workers' Party has taken a cautious approach here to keep the Aljunied team intact and let the newer faces to and perhaps some old hand to lead those teams. And so we see in East Coast, of course, Yi Jin-jong is a familiar face. He was an NCMP before as well, and he knows the area very well.
Okay.
He studied there and so on. So I think it's more to do with the leadership I think provided by Mr. Tong, where his Juchat was carved out of Marine Parade and got into East Coast, as well as the role played by the newer faces, including Hasina and Dinesh.
Okay. Okay. So you say that they were a bit cautious in terms of where they fielded and who they fielded, but at the same time, the Workers' Party, first of all, attacked the Deputy Prime Minister. They did that, quite strongly. They talked a lot about new faces, diversity, having a young team, but they haven't increased their number of seats so far. I mean, so how would you interpret this for the Workers' Party? Is this defeat? Is this something that you need to relook in terms of overall strategy, or is this simply because the PAP and the Prime Minister Lawrence Wong has put forward such a compelling message that it wouldn't have made a difference anyway, Dr. Tan?
I think in this particular general election, I think the Workers' Party, what it's doing is that it's telling voters that you can vote with your conscience, vote, in a way that they can assure you that no feathers will be ruffled, right? Because the status quo will remain as it is. So they took thinking on that basis. They thought perhaps they can spread a little bit further into Punggol, into Tampines. I think as the sample count has shown, again, sample count at this point in fact, it shows that it's not really paying off.
Okay.
And that's a bit unfortunate.
So you were saying earlier that they need more time. So did they rush into this particular strategy of trying to get Tampines and Punggol? I mean, those results are not confirmed, but did they rush? Was it too early? Should they have waited to, 2030 or thereabouts, the next election before they
Well,
try to do something like that?
They do have the candidates at this point in time. So it's about where to place them and give them that sort of political experience. If it's not now, they don't start now. If we start in 2030, then it will probably be too late by then, because residents and voters will not have the time to understand who they are, and listen to their point of view. So at this juncture, at least they know these individuals and these candidates. And if they are fielded again, and they do continue to walk the ground, and if the electoral boundary still remains the same, then perhaps they will stand a better chance. Again, that's just a better chance.
Okay.
Oh, we still have lots to unpack, but for now, we are going to take a short breather, but stay with us. We are keeping our coverage of Singapore votes 2025.
Chua Swee Leong of People's Action Party as the candidate newly elected for Queenstown. Results of electoral division of Bukit Gombak. Harish Pillai, Progress Singapore Party, 5,682 votes. Low Yen Ling, People's Action Party, 17,826 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 23,508. Rejected votes, 298. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Bukit Gombak, are conclusive of the result. I declare Low Yen Ling of People's Action Party as the candidate newly elected for Bukit Gombak.
Okay, so we just have the results for Queenstown and Bukit Gombak, both going to the PAP with very clear margins there. I mean, Bukit Gombak though, I think, yeah? Okay, Queenstown first, yeah? Because that was actually carved out from Tanjong Pagar GRC, so this is a new SMC.
That's right, new SMCs are as per Bukit Gombak as well. That's a new SMC. But let's take a look at the numbers for Queenstown SMC. We're looking at 81%, at about 81% for PAP's Eric Chua. For PR's Mabu Bacha, he's taking about 19% of the votes there. It's quite a huge margin for Eric Chua.
Yeah, so this is not unexpected, right? You guys were saying that?
Yeah. But this is his first electoral contest as a candidate in an SMC. I mean, he's done pretty well on his own there.
Yeah. But is this really about Eric or the party? Are people voting for the party in this case, or are they voting for Eric Chua?
I think it's both.
Yeah.
307 votes. Ng Chi Ming, People's Action Party, 14,113 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 27,420. Rejected votes, 376. The votes are Singapore, which have been are conclusive of the result. I declare Ng Chi Ming of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Jalan Besar.
Okay, we have the result for...
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the Workers' Party candidate of Jalan Kayu!
Hello. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for all your support. So, the results are in, and while they're not what we hoped for, I accept them with respect for the democratic process that is at the heart of our nation. First, I would like to congratulate Mr. Ng on his victory today. The residents of Jalan Kayu have spoken, and I respect their decision. I wish him all the best as he represents this constituency in Parliament. To my campaign team and volunteers who poured their hearts and souls into our effort, thank you for your dedication, your passion, and your belief in a better Singapore. Your passion inspires me daily, and this result does not diminish the importance of the work we've done together. To the residents of Jalan Kayu who supported me, your trust means more than I can express. And to those who made a different choice, I hear you too. Your decision is valid and important. Now, this campaign was never just about winning a seat in Parliament. It was about offering a different, fresh perspective, asking important questions, and starting necessary conversations about accountability, affordability, and the Singapore we want to build together. These conversations do not end tonight. They must continue. I remain committed to the residents of Jalan Kayu. I will continue to walk the ground, to listen to your concerns, and to be a voice for change. I'm still young. There is plenty of room for growth and personal development. And perhaps, with the party's blessing, in 5 years, I hope to once again seek your support to represent you in Parliament. Now, in the meantime, I urge all residents of Jalan Kayu, as well as all Singaporeans, to hold your elected representatives accountable, make your voices heard, and demand transparency. Because this is how democracy works best. Our vision for Singapore is more equitable, more transparent, and more creative, remains undimmed. One electoral defeat does not change the urgent need to address the challenges facing ordinary Singaporeans. To my family, especially my wife, she's somewhere. Oh, hello. As we prepare to welcome our first child, your support has been my foundation. Thank you for standing by me through this journey. The Workers' Party will continue to work across Singapore. We remain committed to being a rational, responsible, and respected opposition voice. And I remain committed to serving Singapore in whatever capacity I can. Thank you all. The fight continues. Now for a few words in Mandarin. 各位晚上好。选举结果已经出来，虽然不是我们所希望的，但我尊重民主进程和选民的决定。我们对新加坡的远景，一个更公平、更透明、更创新的国家，仍然坚定不移。一次选举失败不会改变普通新加坡人面临的挑战。谢谢大家。我们的努力将继续，谢谢。
Ladies and gentlemen, the entire slate of Workers' Party candidates are coming up here to take a collective picture together because we are Team Workers' Party. We will wait for the official results to be announced, and as they are announced, the individual teams will come up and address the media and the public. But this is just to let you know, this is the team that stood up, stepped up, for you, for all Singaporeans, and we all should be mighty proud of them. Where's our, I think we can put this one.
Ming Jasmine Lau, also a high-profile former civil servant, and being sent to contest in this particular.
People's Action Party, 12,441 votes. Fu Sik Guan, the Workers' Party, 9,707 votes. As for the candidates, 22,048. Rejected votes, 224. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Tampines Changkat, are conclusive of the result. I declare Desmond Chu Pei Ching of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Tampines Changkat.
Presenting to you our Workers' Party candidate for Tampines Changkat, Mr. Kenneth Fu Te Kwan.
Thank you. Dear supporters of the Workers' Party, good evening to every one of you. Firstly, I would like to thank all of you for being here with us tonight and throughout this whole journey. I would like to congratulate Mr. Desmond Chu for being voted into the parliament. And most importantly, the voters in Tampines Changkat as well, who showed their support for the Workers' Party and me as well. So we will continue to do the good work in Tampines Changkat to make sure that one day the Workers' Party will win Tampines Changkat SMC. And not forgetting that there's a lot of people that's involved in this whole process of the GE 2025, including our media friends here, our police officers that's on duty, and also our dear volunteers, party members, and all of them, and all of you as well. Thank you. I would like to say thanks also to my dear wife, who has always been behind me, supporting me. So, just to let you all know that, as some of you might know that I was involved in the AHTC case quite some time back, and the case was closed just last year. At a certain stage during the case, I told her, dear, the worst case scenario is that I might be sued and then I might go bankrupt. And then she said, don't worry, we'll start from zero. I'm all behind you. Thanks, dear. Thank you very much. So, 各位的亲爱的支持者和选民，大家晚上好。我很感谢和感激大家的支持。我们工人党会继续努力不懈。我们承诺将加把劲。以后和将来赢得但宾尼上域单选区的选民的支持，赢得这个选区。还有就是我们感谢我们的媒体的工作人员、台前幕后的工作人员，还有就是我们的工人党的党员，还有义工们。最重要的是，我想以一句歌词来形容我们所要做的事，这是5月天的歌，叫做《倔强》。 它的歌词是讲逆风的方向更适合飞翔，不怕千万人阻挡，只怕自己投降。Thank you， 我们是不会投降的，谢谢。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next one is candidate for Hougang SMC, Dennis Tan Lip Fong.
Is that Hougang Who's? Yay! Thank you. I support you. Hougang khu Hải Xoan Minh, cảm ơn những cái chỉ đi. Quay qua cái chỉ cái cơ hội, vì đại gia học bù cái ngôn ngữ. Cảm ơn. 亲爱的后港选民们，我陈立峰非常感谢大家这5年来，还有在这大选的时候给我的支持，给我的爱护。我会继续尽我的能力，替大家服务，和在国会替你们出声。谢谢后港居民们。Dear Hougang voters. Dear Hougang voters, thank you for your support and giving me another opportunity to serve you for 5 more years. It's a great understatement to say that I'm very humbled by your support. But with God's help, I will continue to give my best to you in the next 5 years. Thank you for continuing to accept me and the Workers' Party to represent you. We belong to you, not the other way around. And Workers' Party love Hougang. Now, for those residents who have not voted for me, I assure you that I will continue to serve all of you equally. You are all my dear residents. Thank you. There are a number of people I would like to thank specifically for the help they have given me and the Hougang residents in the last 5 years. First, I'd like to thank my God for His grace and mercy. Next, I would like to thank our dear staff from Aljunied Hougang Town Council for their great support to me and our Hougang residents. Special mention to our Town Council Secretary Vincent Koh, who has been with us since the Hougang Town Council days with Mr. Loh Tia Kiang. Thank you for your immense contribution to Hougang and Aljunied over the years. I'd like to thank Elizabeth, Jia Xiang, Eric, and our Hougang property team members over the 5 years for having my back. Next, I'd like to thank Deputy General Manager of AHTC, Chelsea Koh, for your strong support to all our Hougang residents. I would also like to thank all our Hougang volunteers, without whom this campaign is not possible. I can't do it alone. Especially Gordon, Jeremy, Amy, Kelvin, Patrick, and Maureen for their leadership of our team. Thank you. In the last 5 years, I'm grateful to our volunteers, led by my legislative assistants, past and present, Kelvin Yap, Jasper Kwan, our East Coast candidate, and Adrian Sim for their leadership of our volunteer team in Hougang. It is not just a general election campaign, it's 5 years of supporting our activities in Hougang. Last but not least, I'd like to thank my dear wife, Hui Sing, and my daughter, Abigail, for their support as well as their understanding and patience, especially for me not being home with them most of the time. Hougang residents, after this, I'm going back to Hougang to work. Thank you.
seeing can make all the difference. It can be the difference between having dreams and making them come true. A great night's sleep.
Liu Ke-yuan Daniel, People's Action Party, 53,263 votes. Fadli Fauzi, Gerald Giam Yen Song, Sylvia Lim Swee Lian, Pritam Singh, Kenneth Tiong Boon Kiat, the Workers' Party, 78,847 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 132,110. Rejected votes, 1,341. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Aljunied, are conclusive of the result. I declare Patli Fauzi, Gerald Giam Yen Song, Silver Lim Swee Lian, Pritam Singh, Kenneth Tiong Boon Kiat of the Workers' Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Aljunied.
Second confirmation of what we saw in the central count number earlier.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aljunied team!
Good morning. Residents of Aljunied GRC, thank you very much for your mandate. Thank you very much for your strong show of support to this Workers' Party team. As I had shared, it was always going to be a difficult election. The slate is wiped clean. We start work again tomorrow, and we go again. Your support has been so important in the mission of achieving and working towards a more balanced parliament. That work also continues. To the dear residents of Aljunied who voted for the PAP team, as I committed to you, as this team commits to you, we serve everyone equally. The team and I look forward to working with you to make Aljunied our best home yet. A second group of people that I want to acknowledge are everyone on the Workers' Party team, members, volunteers, media team, logistics team, you name it. I can't name all of them, but every single person was an important part of the jigsaw. Without your contribution, we can't do much. But once we are together, we can achieve great things. So thank you very much for everyone who supported the Workers' Party effort. Finally, a word of thanks to our opponents on the PAP team. I wish them well. I wish their family well. I wish all their supporters well. They put up a very strong fight as we expected. And I hope they have some time to rest overnight as well. Small group, which I can't thank enough. I probably thank these people a lot, but I think I should verbalize it here on stage. The families and the people who brought us here. Our children, our parents, our in-laws, extended family, you name it. Thank you so much for your kind support. Some of us have not spent as much time as we ought to have with you, but without you, this would have been an impossible journey. So thank you so much. Thank you.
阿依尼集选区的选民，非常感谢你们的支持与信任。在接下来的5年里，我们会全力以赴，为你服务，为国效劳。让我们一起建建一个更强大、更民主的社会。谢谢大家。
Terima kasih kepada para pengundi Aljunied GRC atas kepercayaan dan sokongan anda kepada Parti Pekerja. Dalam tempoh 5 tahun akan datang, kami akan berusaha sebaik mungkin untuk berkhidmat kepada anda dan meningkatkan mutu hidup anda. Bersama-sama, kita akan membina sebuah negara yang lebih demokratik dan masyarakat yang lebih kukuh. Terima kasih.
Jackson, Deng Li Yuan, Harpreet Singh Nehal, Siti Alia binti Abdul Rahim Maha, the Workers' Party, 51,663 votes. Gan Kim Yong, Janil Puthucheary, Sun Xue Ling, Yo Wan Ling, People's Action Party, 63,589 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 115,252. Rejected votes, 822. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Punggol, are conclusive of the result. I declare Gan Kim Yong, Janil Puthucheary, Sun Xue Ling, Yo Wan of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Punggol.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Team Punggol!
Hi everyone, good evening. Tonight's result is obviously not what we had hoped for, but we accept the decision of the people of Punggol with humility and respect. We are very deeply grateful to all who supported us on this journey and walked with us and believed the values that we stood for. Your courage, your encouragement, and your belief in the possibility of a better Singapore kept us going. To our opponents, we offer our sincerest congratulations. We trust that you will serve the people of Punggol with dedication and care. We may have contested on different platforms, but ultimately, we are all here because we care for Singapore and all Singaporeans. And though we did not prevail at the ballot box, our commitment to the people of Singapore does not change. If anything, this result tells us that we will continue to speak up, to serve, and to stand by all Singaporeans. Thank you to all our supporters. This is not the end. This is just another step forward. Thank you.
Salam sejahtera penduduk-penduduk Punggol GRC. Keputusan malam ini bukanlah keputusan yang kami harapkan, tapi kami menerima keputusan penduduk Punggol dengan rendah hati. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang telah menyokong kami, yang menempuh perjalanan ini bersama kami dan yang mempercayai nilai-nilai yang kami mempertahankan. Keberanian anda, dorongan anda dan kepercayaan anda terhadap membina Singapura yang lebih baik membuatkan kami terus maju ke hadapan. Kepada pasukan PAP di Punggol GRC, kami mengucapkan tahniah. Kami percaya bahawa anda akan berkhidmat kepada penduduk Punggol dengan dedikasi dan prihatin. Kami mungkin bertanding di platform yang berbeza, tetapi akhirnya kami semua berada di sini kerana kami semua mengambil berat tentang Singapura dan rakyat Singapura. Kepada para sukarelawan Parti Pekerja, kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas segala usaha anda. Anda telah meluangkan masa dan tenaga untuk kempen kami, masa dan tenaga yang anda boleh diluangkan bersama keluarga anda, tetapi anda seperti kami berjuang demi mendapatkan masa depan yang lebih cerah untuk Singapura. Walaupun kami tidak menang di pilihan raya ini, komitmen kami terhadap rakyat Singapura tetap tidak berubah. Kami akan terus bersuara, berkhidmat dan berdiri bersama-sama dengan rakyat Singapura. Parti Pekerja akan terus bekerja untuk Singapura. Majulah Singapura.
在场的各位，还有所有榜额的选民们，大家好。今晚的结果并非我们所期盼的，但我们以谦卑和尊重的心接受榜额人民的选择。我们由衷感谢所有支持我们、与我们一起努力前行、相信我们的人。是你们的勇气、鼓励和信念，让我们坚持到了最后。我们也向我们的对手表示诚挚的祝贺。尽管我们身处不同的阵营，但我们都有一个共同的目的，那就是创造一个更美好的新加坡。虽然我们未能在选票上胜出，但我们对新加坡人民的承诺依然不变。我们会继续发声，继续服务，继续与人民们站在一起。过去的9天，我们工人党的榜额团队在有限的时间内做出了最大的努力。虽然不能尽善尽美，但我们4个人却感到十分的充实和满足。也希望榜额民众感受到了我们对大家诚挚的心。正所谓星星之火可以燎原，我们希望自己勇敢踏出的这一步，能够点燃更多人心中的希望，激励更多有相同愿景的人一起站出来，为新加坡的未来贡献力量，为国效力。谢谢所有榜额的民众，这不是结束，而是迈向前方的另一段旅程。谢谢大家。
My fellow Singaporeans and residents of Punggol GRC, you gave us 9 unforgettable days. You journeyed with us, you opened up your homes, you shared your hearts with us, your hopes, your dreams. We will never forget how you made us feel. Thank you for the love you've shown us. I would also thank, on behalf of all of us, our family members. Let's be clear, we are here today because we had people who were rocks behind us, people who helped us find our voice, people who spoke words of life into us when there were difficult times in this journey over the last few years. So thank you very, very much. We are where we are because of all of you. Moments like this are not easy because hopes have been dashed. But you know what? The road to change is never straightforward. There will be setbacks, there will be disappointments on the way, but still we believe change is going to come to Singapore. Never forget what we've been told decades ago. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice, and we will continue to push for fairness and accountability that all Singaporeans deserve. So believe that with us. Let me say something to our opponents. Many not just in Punggol GRC, but across Singapore, voted for change and for a better future. Don't ignore their voices. You have the privilege of being in Parliament. Be their voice. I cannot tell you the number of Singaporeans who held our hands over the last 9 days and said, please speak up for us. Thousands of our fellow Singaporeans are feeling that no one is speaking up for them. So, to my dear opponents, do not forget them. Do not forget their cries for greater affordability and financial security in our country. Do not forget the parents who are asking for a more open education system that trains their children for the future. And do not ever forget the tens of thousands of Singaporeans who are crying out for a fairer politics in our country, where every voice, even those that do not agree with the official narrative, must be respected and heard. Engage us, engage your critics, because all of us love Singapore. So to my dear opponents, do not return to business as usual, because that would be a betrayal of what a very large number of Singaporeans are telling us in this election. Now, this is off script. I cannot leave this stage without saying something about this solid team of mine. Jackson, Alia, Alexis, for 9 days, you have inspired this entire country. You have got people hoping. You've given them belief that a better future is possible. Alia and Alexis, you have inspired countless numbers of young women. Not just Muslim women, but women of all faiths and women of all creeds. So thank you very much, because you have lifted them up, you've shown them what is possible, you've shown them what it means to step up with courage, all of you. And Jackson, he and I have been journeying for a few years together. He speaks less than I do, but man, this guy has got strength inside him. He is a great organizer, always there. And I can tell you, you vote him in, you vote this team again, in the future, we will push for the change and the voice that Singaporeans are yearning to cry, are yearning for. So, residents of Punggol GRC, thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. We love you. Singaporeans, we love you. You will hear more from us. Bless you.
Rejected votes, 3,193. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Jurong East Bukit Batok, are conclusive of the results. I declare Grace Fu Hai Yen, Ho Tek Chai David, Lee Hong Chuan, Murali Pillay, Rahayu Binti Mazam of People's Action Party as the group of candidates. The Workers' Party, 66,383 votes. Helmi Nekmat, Bernadette Giang, Theodora Lai, Lam Kim Min, People's Action Party, 51,505 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 417,258. Rejected votes, 927. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Sengkang, are conclusive of the result. I declare Abdul Muhammad bin Abdul Malik, Chua Ken Lee Lewis, Paul Pingu, James Jerome Lim Chi Wee of the Workers' Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Sengkang.
Dear Workers' Party supporters here tonight, thank you for being here with us. And residents of Sengkang, you have once again put your trust in us, and for that, we are so extremely grateful. It has been an amazing privilege to work for you in the last 5 years. And we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for continuing to trust us with this duty. To all the elections officials and all other home team members and everyone who has been involved in these elections, thank you for the hard work involved in the last few weeks to keep things running smoothly. And to the PAP Sengkang team, thank you for contesting the area, for running a professional campaign, and for also working for the residents of Sengkang. And to our families, and to our team of amazing Workers' Party members, volunteers, from the media team, logistics team, polling agent, and election agents, all of you, and most especially to the Sengkang volunteers who stuck with us through thick and thin all over these 5 years. Words really cannot express the role that you guys play and how all of you have kept us going, especially when things were tough. And to residents of Sengkang, as we promised 5 years ago, when you first took a leap of faith in us, our commitment to all of you remains unchanged. We work for all of you. And thank you once more for keeping your trust in us.
大家早上好，已经1点了。非常感谢所有在场的工人党的支持者，感谢你们一直给我们很大的鼓励。不会，也当然要非常感谢所有盛港的居民，再一次给予我们你的信任还有支持。 我们非常感激，也非常庆幸能够在未来的5年，在国会上做你的代议士。当然，还是那句话，我们的工作还是任重道远，所以还有很多事情需要我们继续努力才行。所以我也希望我们大家可以一起打造一个属于我们自己的新加坡，属于我们自己的盛港。 那当然，最重要的呢，就是我们非常感谢所有一直在身边支持我们的义工团队。如果没有你们的支持， 你们的牺牲，我们就没有办法站在这里和大家说话。所以非常非常感谢所有工人党的义工团队，非常感激你们的付出还有牺牲。对所有的盛港居民，不管你是把票投给工人党还是执政党，我们同样的会为你们每一个人尽心尽力，在国会发声，在社区服务。谢谢大家。
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Saya nak mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih ke atas sokongan dan kepercayaan para penduduk GRC Sengkang. Kami akan terus bekerja keras untuk anda di Sengkang dan di Parlimen. Terima kasih juga kepada isteri saya yang tersayang yang selalu berada di balik tabir. Tak lupa juga terima kasih kepada keluarga sama andai dan para sukarelawan kami. Kami tak akan sia-siakan peluang ini. Kami akan terus bekerja untuk Sengkang dan untuk Singapura. Terima kasih.
To the good people of Sengkang GRC. One of the earliest interactions I had in Sengkang after we won the GRC in 2020 was with a resident at the 350 Anchorvale coffee shop. He was almost in tears when he shared about how important Dr. Lam had been to the community. It was then that I knew that we had massive shoes to fill. And over the course of the past 5 years, Team Sengkang, the Sengkang 4, have been tirelessly working to fill those shoes and to reward the brave voters of this constituency for their trust in us. During that time, we must have walked just about every corner of the estate, cracked open hundreds of rubbish chutes, burned many nights and often days drafting letters and appeals for our residents, and worked with hundreds of speeches on weekends. We did so because for us, Sengkang is home. Sengkang is family. We will not rest on our laurels. We will work to introduce more innovations and improvements to the town and further enhance the way we provide help and support to our residents, especially with uncertain times ahead. Just as you had our back, we will have yours. To our families, and especially my beautiful wife and daughter, thank you for the many nights that you have had to endure with our absence. To the volunteers, the hundreds of volunteers that have given their own time, energy, and love to help us along the way with almost no promise of tangible reward, thank you. To our supporters here, thank you for your unwavering faith in our cause. And of course, to the voters, thank you for keeping the flickering flame of an alternative voice alive in Singapore. So once again, Kamsia Sengkang.
In terms of margins, do you think the co-driver
Haslina Binte Abdul Halim, Tan Kiet Hao, Tan Sun Neo Jessica, Tong Chun Fai Edwin Charles, People's Action Party, 79,664 votes. Cole Kim Kui Nathaniel, Kwan Hong Wai Jasper, Paris V Paramaswari, Sufyan Mikel Putra Muhammad Kamil, E. Jen Jong, the Workers' Party, 55,912 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 135,576. Rejected votes, 1,565. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for East Coast, are conclusive of the result. I declare Dinesh Vasudesh, Haslina Binte Abdul Halim, Tan Kiet Hao, Tan Sun Neo Jessica, Tong Chun Fai Edwin Charles of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for East Coast. All right, so
And let us welcome Team East Coast.
Good evening, Singaporeans. Good evening, supporters. Good evening, supporters especially from East Coast GRC. I know it's almost 2 a.m. Thank you for staying through. We are really touched in this 9 days of campaign and even way before that, the very strong support that we have been given. And we also wish to thank the many hundreds of volunteers that put in so much time and effort, so much resources to help us. That would include the people that did, in fact, not just this period, but over the last 5 years, every week, about 2 to 3 times, they'll be out walking with us for the last 5 years. And, of course, a lot more intensive in the last 9 days, as well as the many people who helped to put up all the posters that you see all around, the logistics, the counting, polling agents. A very big thank you to all of you. We respect the results, although it's not what we desired, and we wish the best to the PAP team led by Edwin Tong to continue the work in East Coast. Saying goodbye is always very difficult, but at some point in time, goodbyes have to be said, and that's for me personally. It has been a wonderful 15 years journey, and I'm really touched by all the affection shown. Even during these elections, all the sore throat medicine that's been given to us, all the drinks, thank you very much for it. What I want to say is that look at the team. Look at the team today that the Workers' Party has put up. This is the kind of team that I've never imagined when I stepped out in 2011. And of course, the result is not to be desired, but I'm really pleased that so many people of great talent have dared to step up to make that commitment. And for the East Coast team, I cannot thank them enough for being part of this team, which I've said I'm proud to lead, and I'm really proud to have led them. First, you have Nathaniel, my teammate from 2020, who persevered for so long till now, and helping to get things organized. Jasper, stepping forward from a busy job, 3 school-going age children, and still pressing on. Paris, Sufyan, both who have quitted their job, who have quit their job to be here, to be your candidates. I'm proud of the commitment that the team has shown, and I believe that one day Singaporeans will be able to see the passion and really the determination that we have to continue. So continue to support the Workers' Party and to support all the future candidates. Thank you.
I want to first congratulate the PAP for winning East Coast GRC. To our Workers' Party supporters, volunteers, polling agents, counting agents, election agents, and the many of you who have walked the ground in East Coast GRC. In one of my rally speeches, I said, life is not measured by how many times you get beaten down, but by how you get back up again. This is one of those times. The Workers' Party in East Coast GRC will get back up again. In defeat, we find strength. We rediscover our purpose. We get back stronger and better than before. So, chin up, heads up, step up. Let's get on with it, and we will get there.
大家好，感谢你们和东海岸集选区的选民对我们团队的支持，我们感受到你们支持和爱戴，谢谢。我也要感谢我们的志工团队，如果没有你们的支持，这是不可能完成的。我们的志工团队 已经在东海岸集选区行走了20年，谢谢你们。我像很多新加坡人一样，有一个梦想，在新加坡为我们的孩子建立一个更美好的家园。 我们会更加努力的，希望下一届大选中可以赢得你们的支持，谢谢。
Salam sejahtera semua. Terima kasih kepada para pengundi East Coast GRC yang menyokong kami dalam pilihan raya ini. Kami juga berterima kasih kepada semua sukarelawan kami yang telah berkhidmat untuk kempen dan juga di East Coast selama 20 tahun. Kita akan terus bekerja untuk menubuhkan sistem yang lebih seimbang dan saksama bagi rakyat Singapura. Perjuangan akan diteruskan. Terima kasih.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். அன்புள்ள ஈஸ்ட் கோஸ்ட் வாக்காளர்களே மற்றும் சிங்கப்பூரர்களே, உங்கள் ஆதரவுக்கு மிகவும் நன்றி. உங்கள் அனைவரையும் சிரம் தாழ்த்தி வணங்குகிறோம். எங்களின் முதுகெலும்பான இருந்த பாட்டாளி கட்சியின் தொண்டூழியர்கள், எலெக்ஷன் ஏஜென்ட்ஸ், போலிங் ஏஜென்ட்ஸ், கவுண்டிங் ஏஜென்ட்ஸ், மீடியா, லாஜிஸ்டிக்ஸ் மற்றும் அனைவருக்கும் எங்களின் நன்றி. இன்றைய முடிவுகள் எங்களின் அடுத்த வெற்றிக்கான படிக்கல் என நான் நம்புகிறேன். உங்களுக்காக சேவை செய்வதை நிறுத்த மாட்டோம். நன்றி.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Our last GRC, Tampines!
Hi everyone. First of all, we want to thank all the voters in Tampines for being incredibly welcoming to us over the last 9 days and the many, many weeks before then that we've been walking the ground in Tampines. First off, I want to thank the team from the PAP. I want to congratulate them for a race well run. I think it was a good experience for us coming into it, and we're very glad that it has been a relatively clean fight and that they've been very cordial to us and very friendly to us the entire time. I also want to make mention to the other two parties, PPP and NSP, for similarly joining us in this battle, because ultimately this is for the interests of Tampines, and we're glad that so many parties have come forward with the same motivation to serve Tampines, and for that, we are very grateful. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the many unsung heroes behind us that you don't see, that maybe we don't talk about nearly as much as we should, that really are the backbone of our campaign. All our volunteers, all our election agents, all our counting agents, all our polling agents, all our friends who tirelessly help us behind the scenes. We want to first thank all of them, because without them, this campaign would be nothing like what you saw. So thank you, everyone. I started thanking Tampines, and I want to make sure I give them a little bit more of a shout out, because I think many of us did not know what this campaign would look like 9 days ago, and we are very grateful for how embracing and how welcoming Tampines has been every single day on the campaign trail. It was our fuel, it was our battery that we were able to use through our 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., 11 p.m. days, and without that, we wouldn't have survived the 9 days, and for that, we'll be eternally grateful for everyone in Tampines for being so nice to us the entire time. Finally, and I think this is a very important one, is I want to make a special shout out to this man over here. Right? On the campaign trail, I sometimes introduce him. On the campaign trail, I sometimes introduce him as MP Faisal. He always tells me, wait, I'm not MP anymore. He's unemployed. But I think we'll always remember him, and we'll always have to be grateful for all the service that he's done to all the people of Aljunied for the last 15 years. And that will never change. And for him taking the brave step to come forward and join our team and take the risk with us, and serve and put himself out there for Tampines. For that, we will be eternally grateful, and we really thank you, Faisal, for coming forward and doing this with us. Thank you so much. All right, who's next?
亲爱的丹比尼集选区的选民们，感谢你们在过去几天竞选活动中给予我们的鼓励。我们更欣慰你们对一个平衡的政治体系的认可。我仅代表工人党还有丹比尼集选区的团队，再一次向大家说声谢谢。也不忘感谢我们幕后的英雄，我们的志工们。 他们默默的耕耘。最后，我要感谢我们的竞选团队，就在我左手边的竞选团队，挥挥手一下。若没有他们，我们整个竞选活动不会这么的顺利，不会这么的成功。他们是我们需要感谢、感恩的人。最后，感恩的心，感恩有你们，也有你们。 激励我们继续为国效劳，谢谢。
Assalamualaikum. Pertama sekali kepada para pengundi GRC Tampines, saya percaya pasukan kami telah bertanding dengan sepenuh jiwa untuk mendapatkan mandat anda. Namun, takdir yang menentukan segalanya. Saya reda insya-Allah. Dan dengan rendah hati, saya mengucapkan terima kasih di atas sokongan anda semua, kata-kata rangsangan dan yang paling penting, doa-doa anda untuk pasukan kami semasa proses perjuangan kami. Sekali lagi terima kasih. Dan juga saya ingin mengucapkan tahniah kepada pasukan PAP yang diketuai oleh Encik Menteri Mas Agus. InsyaAllah, semoga beliau menjadi menteri yang lebih baik lagi insyaAllah. Saya akan doakan. Terima kasih.
Hello, good morning everyone. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do this in Mandarin and leave the English doctor on. 首先，我想要先感谢一下，想要祝贺行动党的团队，希望他们接下来的5年可以为当宾尼的每一位居民效劳。第二，我还想感谢我们当宾尼的选民，是你们过去2周每一天热情的欢迎，还有你们给我们说过的每一句鼓励的话。 让我们可以有力量，可以越战越勇。你们昨天投票给予我们的支持，让我们感到非常的鼓舞。第三，我还想感谢一下一路以来陪伴我们的义工团队，就是因为他们默默的付出还有耕耘，给我们在当宾尼打下了非常夯实的基础。 第四，我还想感谢我的队友们，以及我们各自的家人的支持还有陪伴。最后，我想说一句：路虽远，行则将至；事虽难，做则必成。我们会继续努力，也希望在未来的日子里可以有你们相伴。谢谢。
Hi, good morning. I think we really want to thank the residents of Tampines who has been very welcoming of us. We really enjoy interacting with them in our 9 days of campaigning. So, I mean, the lightning alert has been turned on at Tampines, but when it is turned off, the sky there will turn blue again. Thank you.
Dear friends and supporters of the Workers' Party, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We love you as much as you love us. Thank you. 谢谢大家 Thank you. 谢谢大家来这边支持我们. Can we get all of you to leave the place in an orderly manner? The assembly